I will keep that in mind. Oh, okay. Let me click this button, get confirmation, click this button. Okay, now I can begin. Oh, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday. Sorry we're a little late. Life kind of got in the way, and then food, and then we were bullshitting, and I didn't click the scene button over until now. Um, so we are at episode 16 of Adventures from Amethil, and yeah, I don't really have anything cool to go over today. So we're live on Twitch and on TikTok. If you're on TikTok and you want to interact with the stream, much more interactions on Twitch. But both are good. And hi. Um, so who wants to do recap?
Per usual, I can, but I'm giving everyone else a chance because I don't need to be the only one who ever gets inspiration.
Get that inspiration.
You got it. So, last session, we started out in the town of Windpoint after doing some sales of random items and some shopping. And then we went to the local tavern slash inn and got 2 rooms for the night. From there, the party split up. Roderick going to go to a local gunsmith to try to learn how to make bullets. Uh, Thrain off to the local blacksmiths to fulfill a flyer for extra help needed. Desmond doing Desmond things, trying to make magic items. And now relaxing, taking a bath, and shooting the shit with people in the bar. uh, Things went really, really well for Roderick. Things did not go so well for Thrain and Desmond. And well, Nell had a good time. Thrain ends up coming back all disgruntled from his not so good time at the blacksmith, in which he sullied the good Iron Forge name and is grumpily having a few drinks while Nell's attempting to cheer him up using the gift of music, pulling out their lyre and playing a sea shanty about merchants coming into Sea Bluff with their shipments. Uh, the performance goes well, and the bar slowly gets into it, and eventually, throughout the evening, and Nell playing more songs, they end up turning a profit in tips, which is pretty nice. Roderick goes to show up, is like, "Ooh, where's that music coming from?" Checks out the bar and joins Thrain and Nell, who are drinking and having a grand old time. And Desmond comes down from the inn after having attempted to work on creating a magic item. Looks at the rowdiness of the bar area and turns his head to the restaurant side, which is all calm, and goes, "That one looks more my scene." And walks over to the restaurant side, all by his lonesome. By the end of the evening, when everybody gathers back in the room, the 3 intoxicated party members are like, "Desmond, where have you been?" And he's like, "I was in the restaurant. Where were you?" Yeah. But hey, fun was had. Relaxing evening for all. And from there, we got a nice long rest. Up in the morning to get a few more things done. Roderick ran back to the gunsmith and ended up mastering his tinker's tools. Roderick went. No, I already said Roderick. Thrain went back to the blacksmith and uh, rightfully made right by the Ironforge name, made a few coins, and Desmond finally properly made his shift weave. And then once we were all gathered up, awake, and ready to go, we hopped on our horses and continued our journey to Arvos, where we knew of some creature that in the night was taking the cattle. We get to Arvos, and it's a very small town with architecture style quite similar to that of the capital Dracarius. But like 3 or 4 buildings. We swing by the local tavern to ask where our contact is for this mission and are pointed in the direction of a building with a 15-foot stone fence around it. This is where the farm is. And the cattle being aurochs, which are large bison-like creatures that are maybe also mixed with a bull, but 10 feet tall and large curly horns and quite terrifying. Until we find out they're kind of gentle giants and they like apples a lot. But anyways, something is jumping this wall, killing these massive creatures, and easily hopping back over the fence with the corpse to go eat it later somewhere else. The footprints are roughly Thrain-sized. We know this because at one point Thrain lays down spread eagle in one. And the footprints and scratch marks on the stone walls suggest that more than likely whatever is coming in here is not flying but jumping over the wall. We end up from this point being handed a hand-drawn map from the farmer who clearly's true calling was to be a cartographer, because it is impeccably done. This map helps us quite a bit as the rolls themselves weren't the best, but thankfully the map prevents us from getting too off track. And the map was leading us to where they had found some scat piles and bones and such, so they knew the creature had to be nesting near there. The creature was nesting near there. It was a dire bear. This massive bear sees us, make eye contact, and roll for initiative, jumps 20 feet in the air and dives right onto us. After combat, eventually this bear is taken down. There's an overturned carriage, which we end up finding some lovely goodies and loot inside of. And we take the time to actually harvest the bear, the massive claws, and 250 pounds of meat, which we now have to figure out how to drag back through the woods and back to Arvos. After a lovely journey and a makeshift cart being built by our lovely artificer Desmond, we get back to Arvos with obvious proof of our kill and are paid for our labor. Sell some of the meat to the locals and continue on our way back towards Windpoint. And that is where we ended it.
Thank you. Yeah, so only thing I'll say with it is that we ended it kind of cinematically with you walking across the bridge back towards Windpoint as you were all just silhouettes on the sunset to the residents of Arvos. And I only say that because it's very rare that we actually have like a really nice ending.
We keep having those with this campaign of just like a not traumatic ending, and I'm like, this is very different than the former campaign. I like it. It's nice to have moments of peace.
Yeah, I figure I'll just make sure I put the highlight on them whenever I get a chance to, just in case they stop coming. That we can be like, remember those times? They were the good times. Well, looks like we're 2 party members down here. So
I'm
it
good.
is a was that a 1 or a 2-day journey back to Windpoint?
1.5, I think you were saying.
Yeah. And if it's already sunset, I assume you all are gonna camp out somewhere along the way, and then do like a full day's journey back. Is there anything that anybody wants to do during the rest that night?
I want to pull Durien aside.
Okay.
In the middle of the night once everyone's sleeping.
Boom, boom.
Do you
Nah,
wake him
it's
up, and
good.
how do you wake him up?
This could be whenever.
I'm gonna say, don't you saw what happened last time? Someone woke Drain up, Starling.
Actually, would I be able to do this today? We haven't had a rest since we fought the bear, right?
Correct. This would be the rest after that fight.
Okay, never mind then. I need to get knowledge on my leatherworking before we can start working on the daggers. So that's probably going to be a job for tomorrow night.
Can I start on the daggers by myself, or would that be something where we both have to work at it?
I mean, it's you're making it, really, aren't you?
I'm doing more of the blade side of things. He's more of the handle.
Teamwork.
Sure.
It's not going to be like high quality stuff, so it's just going to take one success either way. So you can do 1 today, we can do 2 tomorrow if we're both working on it. Then someone will finish up the next one the day after.
Mm-hmm.
So what kind of daggers are you making?
Those bear claws.
Oh, right. Okay.
I don't.
Bear claws.
I haven't had one of those in forever.
Yeah, we've been saying it repeatedly. My brain's just like, I want one.
I don't remember how many I grabbed total. I wrote it down, but I don't see where I wrote it down.
8.
Let's not fail any of these.
So I had 8, and I gave him 1 or 2. 2. So I have 6, and we need 5.
So what I'll say with this is I am going to treat these daggers as uncommon, not common. And if you are successful with them, they will be +1 daggers.
Okay.
So for it being uncommon, it is going to be a little bit harder of a DC check. So you're going to need 15s for these.
Okay.
And you would need 2 successes per dagger, or 1 crit success.
Okay. Now, with Desmond and Thrain both working on them, could would they pull together the successes once Desmond's able to, or how would that work?
I would say. See, this is kind of wonky because if Desmond were to make them, it would only need one success because Desmond's an artificer and doubles the successes. So I would say if Desmond is assisting you in doing it, I would let you roll with advantage, but you would still need the 2 successes. And I assume that at this point it's a pride thing that Thrain's going to want to do it himself.
Yeah,
Especially
but
after...
Desmond can help guide me, make the handles.
Yeah, I do have smithing learned at the moment, so I can assist tonight.
Okay. I guess I will try to make a dagger tonight out of a bear claw.
All right, well, let's have Desmond do his roll first. And good enough. Go ahead and do your roll with advantage. DC 15 on your smithing tools. That is a success. So you only need one more success for that to finish it, and then that will be a +1 dagger, and we'll let you name it.
Now we got to start thinking.
And I just restarted the music. Hopefully that fixed the issue you were having, John.
Yep.
And Megan. Okay. Is Nell or Roderick doing anything during this downtime?
Well, now that Roderick knows how to use his Tinkerer's tools, he wants to start trying to develop improved bullets.
Sure. So for anything that would be like what we've discussed before, like kind of outside what normal would be, we're obviously venturing outside of common ammo. So do you have any idea of like what type of ability or what would be special about this ammo, like the one that you want to start working on?
I mean, I guess for starters, try to develop like bullets that can hit creatures that are magic plus.
So just from a RP sense, would Roderick have knowledge that like only certain ammo could hit magic creatures?
I would say that he was told that bullets don't work on everything when he was being taught how to use them.
Okay.
So he wants to make sure he doesn't come across something where he's just useless.
Okay. I'm just trying to think of what would be a good way to like broach that conversation that would make him start thinking like, oh, I have to make something special that would be able to do it, or even like how you would know what to do to be able to make it do that. Because it's like, yesterday you learned how to use smithing tools. Today you're making magic bullets. Like that, the jump there is just a little bit far.
Well, right now I'm thinking like, because it has to be X amount of successes before he can start making these things anyway, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, you're only talking like a few. Like for like what we've been saying for most magic items, so we're talking an uncommon. You would have to have 2 successes for an uncommon to make a item. Whether we want to decide if it would be something more than 2 for like a knowledge point, because a knowledge point would be like almost like thinking about like you had to do 10 successes to learn how to do, like master the tinkering tools.
Hmm.
Would this be a knowledge thing more than an actual crafting thing, where we're gonna put like 10 common successes on it?
I figure as much because he doesn't really know what is needed yet.
Okay.
But
I
he
mean,
wants to have the knowledge of how to manipulate and improve the bullets once he does know what he needs.
Sure. Okay, that makes more sense. So, if we treat it like it's an additional skill or like an additional like ability you're learning,
Yeah.
then we'll do, instead of doing 2 DC 15s, we'll call it 10 DC 10s, and it'll be more like you just testing out different things every night, trying to see what works and what doesn't.
Okay.
Okay, I can deal with that. So if you still have your tracker on your thing, you might as well just clear it and just reuse it.
No, you removed it last time.
Damn, I'm a dick.
Been telling you for years.
I still don't listen. We'll call this one special ammo training. And we'll call it 10. Okay. Okay, cool. Remember, don't roll it from here, just tick it off, but it'll
Okay.
be in your actions.
Okay, am I rolling flat or am I...
You would be now using your, in skills, at the very bottom of skills, you have your
yep.
Tinkerer's tools, and it shows your
Got
proficiency.
it.
So just roll that guy.
All right. Boom.
And that's the first one.
All right. That's all he's doing for the night.
And what about Nell?
Nell is going to search for crafting components.
Sure. Good enough for a roll on the common crafting components. Hey, look at
Yeah.
you again. Only one this time, but still.
Fuck me, right?
Still getting that good. I just picture Nell coming back with like these, hey, what is this stuff right here? And Desmond just looking at you like, motherfucker.
How did you even find that crystal? It was shiny. What, do you want it? Like, yes, I do. Give me that.
Or Nell's more inclined to go digging around for stuff, or Desmond just grabs stuff on surface level.
And then he gets pissed off because he can't find anything good.
Mm-hmm.
Do you
I'm
want
not
me
finding
to
diamonds just
change the
littered
number,
across
or
the
you-
ground.
Would you like me to increase my number, or you, Cliff?
Oh, you can. All right, let's see what eerie night forest music is.
Quiet is what it is.
Yeah, no shit. All right, let's turn this
I
all the
had
way up to
my-
100.
Yeah. Had my volume maxed and I heard nothing.
Okay,
hear
there
it
goes.
now.
You get a little bit of a. Sounds like a wooden like pan flute.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing creepy I have planned right now. This is just the one that said night on it. The other one says beautiful, mysterious forest music, and I didn't want to do that. So,
Is that all it was? Was that? Oh, is that all? Is it that one note?
no, hope not. That'd be kind of a bummer. No, it's picking up now. Okay. All right. So, on that note, we will give everybody their full rest. All right, and then you pick up in the morning and continue, and it's basically a full day journey. And now it picked up way too loud. These slow burn ones, man. So it's basically a full day journey after you wake up and you find yourself back in Windpoint. do you all have any plans of doing anything here or anything along the way, or do you want to kind of just fast forward to making it back to Durien?
I say try to sell some more of this bear meat.
Yeah, that's the only main thing.
Okay. Do you all plan on camping out in Windpoint, or do you plan on like heading back out and kind of sleeping on the road, or?
I mean, that depends on how far we are from Windpoint on our long rest right now.
Well, like I said, it's gonna be about a full day's travel when you wake up to Windpoint.
They
So
may
it'll
as
be
well rest in the in uh the I kept almost saying West Point, Wind Point again. If we're already gonna be there at nightfall,
okay.
gives us the ability to have nicer accommodations and maybe make some more tips playing my lute
Sure.
or lyre rather. Lyre? How do you say that? Is it lyre or liar?
I assumed it
I'm
was Lear.
pretty sure it's Lear.
A Lyrie.
Larry.
I damn it, John, I'm never gonna read it as anything else but Larry at this point.
Success.
Lear named Larry.
Yes, Larry to Lear.
It's pronounced liar.
Okay.
Larry it is.
Larry the liar. New NPC idea. All right. Okay. So when you all get to Windpoint, it is nightfall. Not super late, but the sun is coming down. The nightlife is starting off, so your taverns are starting to get busy. The shops are starting to get to the point where they're starting to close. You all can make it to like one of the local butcheries before they end up closing. Who's going to be leading the talks on this?
Let's take a guess.
The leader.
Yep.
So Nell will, of course, lead the way, as they have just accepted the fact that that's kind of how it goes.
All right. So as you get there, you see this darker skinned human, fairly stocky build, freshly shaven head, and he's putting a few things away as you're walking in, and he's like cleaning off his counters, and he's like, if you want something pre-butchered, I can get it for you, but I've already cleaned off my tools for the night, so I'm not going to be able to cut anything for you.
Well, good evening, sir. Lucky for you, I actually have pre-butchered that I'm looking to sell, as we recently took down a dire bear.
He's like cleaning off his tools and whatnot, and when you say that, he just stops and he gives you a glare. It's like, you took out a dire bear?
Yes.
I have one of his claws. I'm trying to make it into a knife. As I show him.
Around here?
Up at Arvos, but you know, that's not too far off from here.
That's what, 2 days travel from here? No, that's a dire bear?
A dire bear.
Pull up the claw again.
Nella's going
He
to...
like reaches out to you, he's like, may I?
Yeah,
He's
I'll
like
hand it
looking
over.
at it. He like pulls out one of his knives and he like holds the claw up next to it, and it's like comparable size to the blade. He's like, "You gotta be kidding me." Hands it back to you. And you're looking to offload some of the meat. Like what? How much are we talking?
Well, I guess suppose that depends how much you're willing to purchase. Aside Cliff, how much meat do we have left? I know we sold some.
It was like we're like 220-ish left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was like right around the limit that you could carry.
Uh-huh.
We have about 200 pounds of meat.
Okay. And how much you trying to sell it all for?
Does anyone remember how much we sold it for before?
Was it like 6 a pound? 6 gold or 6, was it 6 gold a pound? Hang on.
Do you have it in your notes, sir?
No, it was 6 gold a pound. I'm just trying to say, that's a lot of money there.
Since of course you'll have to turn a profit on it, I was thinking 4 gold a pound.
And how fresh is the meat?
Wouldn't it out of character? Would it be fresh as we butchered it?
Yeah,
Just not warm?
technically fresh as the day it was killed, as we do have a party member with prestidigitation.
I'm not using prestidigitation to clean it.
Oh,
I'm using
Whatever.
purify
Oh, I'm
food
sorry.
and
Has
drink.
purify food and drink.
Well, when was it originally butchered?
2 days ago. We literally just walked here. Well, I guess a day and a half.
yeah.
Day and a half, 2 days ago, as we finished our job and then made our trek on over from Arvos to here.
Well, meat that's been magically freshened has a stigma around it, at least in Windpoint, that kind of takes it down a notch. I'd be willing to do $2 a pound.
Three and a half.
$3.5. I gotta sell it in a couple days. Let's call it 3.
I'll take that.
Let me, if you all can bring it all inside here, let me lock up the store. I'm gonna have to get the scale out. We'll properly measure everything, and then we can count up the gold.
Okay.
That works just fine.
All right. So you all bring everything inside. He walks over, locks the store up, flips the sign around to say closed. He's like, if you guys wouldn't mind, bring that out back here. That's a little bit too much for the normal scale. We'll do it on the live cattle scale. And he basically has this giant scale, and he just has he instructs you to put everything on it. everybody go ahead and give me a D6. So you got 11, 15, 16. We'll call it 216 pounds. So, he'll weigh it out and he'll say, let's just call it 650. And then he sort of reaches out to Nell to shake.
Hold on a moment. Did we want to keep any for ourselves, guys?
I'm tired of it already.
What?
I'm tired of it already.
Sick of the smell, sick of looking at it, sick of hauling it.
All right then. 615 it is.
650, 50.
That's what I meant to say.
Okay. Holds out for the shake.
And so we earn a lot of gold.
He's like, I hope you don't mind, but I have to pay it off in copper.
No.
Fucking peasants.
Times. Hey, if he had that much copper just laying around, go him.
Hey, you know what's funny? In the party sheet, I have
we had 215.
215 is what I had in there. So you got one extra out of it.
Where was this?
In the party sheet.
That's
That's
pretty
fantastic.
Where is this?
funny. Top right in the tool section, the three
Oh.
heads is the party sheet.
I see.
That's funny. Something clawed its way in while we were traveling and added a pound.
I mean, apparently it was all a guesstimation on our front. Pretty good.
Yeah,
guess.
exactly.
Yeah.
You guys didn't have an actual scale, so it's a pretty good guess, though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm having a hard time typing this. Randy, I've been good, man. I'm glad to have a game back up and running. The stream computer's keyboard's over here, and I gotta like do winky shit in my fucking shoulder. I have an impingement in my shoulder, and it hurts like a bitch. So reaching over and doing that is kind of a pain. So I'm good, man. For the gold, are you divvying it up, or am I giving it all to Nell?
So I was thinking, my friends, we start dividing what we earn by 5 and having one of the portions be a pot that just goes to funding the Eclipsean Order.
I like that idea.
That way we're not just taking it all for ourselves, but also not skimping out on all that. So I think that's fair. We all get a fifth of the pot of the pie each time.
You know who doesn't like that idea? The DM, because I don't know how to make it divide by 5. Hold on.
650?
Well, no,
650
like automatically, because like it divvies the party sheet will divvy everything up automatically by all the party members.
Chat view.
Yeah, I guess I can add chat view to it. I was gonna just create a new character and make that just call it like Eclipse
Order Fund.
Yeah, whatever we want to call it.
It's to be something where we just drop off at Truded. Like, all right, cool, boys, here's your payment.
Why do I feel like my mom's just taking care of him like he's a fucking child at this point?
This isn't technically money that we ordered doing Eclipsean order shit, though. This is us deciding to cut up the bear and sell it on our own time.
You're right, but we're still trying to
Keep the order alive.
keep the order alive, and we have a cause to get behind here.
We gotta hire more people somehow.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to split it 4 or 5 ways? What's the vote?
5.
I
guess we're doing 5.
I mean, there's still 2 people that didn't vote.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Desmond's not going to put in a vote. He's just going to listen to what the
Smile
leader
and nod,
says.
but we can't see him smile anyways.
All right, let's see if this works.
The leader says that they want to split it 5 ways, and we're splitting it 5 ways.
Hey, look at that.
Wonderful.
All right. So not a bad start to not a bad start to the Eclipsing Order Fund to have just 13 platinum dropped into it.
Yeah. Just... Hey, you know what that means, Roderick? You can pay off people,
Oh, that's already the plan.
and I have money to buy better smithing tools.
Desmond's already cooked up the crack.
Good.
The Roderick specialty.
All right, and then do we have time for me to finish this dagger up?
Do you plan on shopping or do you plan on doing that?
I think we need our main shoppings up over in Durien.
Okay.
I think we're going to try to get the Durien as fast as possible. That way we can do shopping there and hopefully make the...
Artisan Guild open
Mhm.
house.
The funny thing is, you are going to make it back there on the 14th day from the day you left it if you don't stop anywhere in between. So it'd
Which
be
is
exactly
the plan.
2 weeks, which is pretty fucking
Yep.
funny. It was unintentional. Like, I didn't plan it out that way. Or anything. I mean, I did plan it out. It was all in the
Yeah.
works.
If you did plan it out that way, then it wouldn't have happened.
No,
Right.
no, not at all. You guys would be like, I want to swim in the ocean for a night. Like, what the fuck? All right. All right. Cool. Then, if you're not doing any additional shopping or anything here, then Thrain, you do have time to do that. Desmond, are you going to be spending your downtime assisting?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and do your roll first. Pretty good. Go ahead and do your advantage roll, Thrain. DC 15.
Hey.
Yes.
20.
Ding ding.
This was
Right.
for the
So that
second
one's a
roll
plus
too.
2.
It was. It doesn't
So,
matter.
like, this was just hella fancy compared to the other one.
He got fancy while he was working on it, or while we were sitting for an extended period of time, started putting cool dwarven engravings on the side. That one's for him.
Yeah, like, you know what? This was gonna be mine. Let's put some extra time into this one.
Mm-hmm.
Did you put any thought into a name?
I'm gonna put this to a vote for the rest of the party.
But it's yours. You don't got to put a vote up for nobody.
No, I have 2 names that one's more funny, one I like. I like them both, but we have Claws of the Order or the Eclipsean Paw Claws.
I vote roll another 20.
I vote Claws of the Order.
Yeah.
We'll go with the Claws of the Order.
You know, like the claw paw? Paw claws?
I mean, that's what our crew can jokingly call them.
I vote claw paw.
You have
Still
to
need to roll another
confirm-
20 though.
Yeah, you gotta confirm your crit.
Oh, yeah. Roll another one.
Roll another.
I try to do engravings.
It's like,
Thrain, give me a D6, please. Here's what I'm going to do for this special occasion of this dagger that you rolled a nat 20 and a nat 1 on. This dagger, based on the way that you carved it, you added a lot of these ornate engravings into it. And unbeknownst to you, that some of these engravings you put into it actually give you just a slight edge when using this dagger. In doing so, anytime you roll a crit, you do an additional 2 damage on top of whatever you do. But because of the way that is, it also makes holding it slightly loose right where the blade is at towards the hand. So anytime you roll a nat 1, you do 2 damage to yourself.
Okay.
Now I got to figure out how to automate that. What are you calling these?
Claws of the Order.
And I am decreasing your bear claws down to 4. Right?
5.
Wait, did you
I
have
had
6
6.
before? Okay.
I had 8
have an
total. I gave him
extra.
2. And then I
Okay.
had 6.
Okay. So I decreased it down to 5, and you now have Claws of the Order. And I will have to figure out how to automate that damage piece. All right. Roderick, did you plan on paying off your debts?
Sure do.
Okay. So if you're doing it that night, you'd be getting there when he's closing up shop. And he like stops and looks at you, and he's got like these goggles on. He like takes the goggles off. He's like, "Huh, I didn't expect to see you back so soon."
It's like, well, I bet you expected to see these, and he drops the plaid into his hand.
He like looks at it and he kind of just gives you a smile. He's like, "I had a good feeling about you."
Likewise. If you have anything better that would help me out along the way that maybe I can start working towards, let me know. You have some repeat business.
I mean, like we talked about before, there's more things that you can pack into that than just gunpowder and ball bearings. So, if you want, I do have a book. You seem more like an action guy than a reading type guy, but I do have a book, and it does have information about maybe some other things that you could try putting into bullet form. Maybe it'll help.
Okay, so books. Is it all pictures by any chance?
High or low?
Low. Low like his intelligence.
Well, I do have it in an audio format.
Ah, perfect.
The audio format's a little bit more expensive though, so it's going to be 5 gold. And essentially, it is a series of pre-recorded messages embedded into a stone, and You just press one of the buttons on it, and it plays the message. Outside of that, it's really not good for too much.
That works. That works. And Eddie, do you have like a kit of materials that I can use when learning how to do this, maybe?
I don't really have much pre-packaged, but I do have components that you're willing to take as much as you want on. Components are like a plat or so a piece if you want the lower grade. If you want something a little bit higher, then it's like 5 plat a piece.
Yeah, give me the 5 plat stuff.
All right. So he will give you uncommon crafting component.
Okay.
Is that just 1 for 5?
Yeah. Yeah,
Ooh.
buying them is fucking, it's not cheap.
The fuck aren't we selling these?
They don't sell for that much.
This is some bullshit.
But you could sell them if you wanted to. But the items that you make with it sell for more than the components do. So that's kind of the give or take with it. And then all right, and I added the magical audiobook.
All right. It's not letting me modify my money, so I owed him 3 plat and then bought 5 plat worth of stuff, and then was it 3 gold for the audiobook?
5.
5 gold? Okay.
All right, so you're at 10 plat, 31 gold.
Okay.
All right, so he hands you this device. It's about the size of a grapefruit. It's got 20 sides to it, and each side is a little button, and when you press a button, you start hearing this deep voice that starts telling you about certain things.
Hello. Oh.
Chapter 1. So, you want to learn how to make some ammunition?
He's sitting there with headphones on. Yes, I do.
That's the spirit. How does it know?
No, even better. It's only got 1 volume setting, so we all have to hear it.
I mean, it is lacking interface.
Boo.
So, that probably is not too far-fetched. You guys are all trying to sleep, all of a sudden you just hear this deep voice like, hello. Like, what the fuck? Who's here?
The arms.
All right. Is Nell doing anything additional tonight?
Just gonna play some tunes in the bar and hang out. Not looking to get drunk or anything. Just enjoying playing and making money if they do well, anyways.
I mean, does anybody really look to get drunk, or does it just happen? You know, it's just an organic thing that happens.
You sure about that?
That's what I tell
Usually,
myself.
if I'm drinking, the intention is to get drunk.
So that's funny. Like on a real note, like I've never been that type. Like if I drink to get a buzz, and like I'm good. Like
Okay, so my brain classifies anything like tipsy, buzzed, all of that is drunk as a whole for me.
oh, okay. I mean, I know when I've hit past that limit, and I'm like, ah, shit. I was trying to hit like a 4 or a 5. I'm at like a 7.
This is gonna suck in the morning.
Oh, that just goes without saying anymore. I'm old.
Oh yeah.
I have like a glass of whiskey, and I'm like, yep, gonna have a headache tomorrow. For no reason. Cool, yeah. So, are you going back to the same? Okay, cool. Going back into the bar side, I assume.
Of course.
Sure. And as you go in, the bartender recognizes you, and he's like, "Hope you decided to come in and grace us with another tune."
Nell chuckles, gives a bow, and goes, "Well, if I'm in town, I may as well."
Well, like I told you before, always glad to have you. He's like, you have free roam, set up wherever you want.
And so Nell finds a corner that's kind of out of the way of being like right in front of the bar, but still towards the front, so they're not like backing out of the way from everyone. Pulls out their lyres, hops on or rather lyre, as we now know it's called.
Larry.
Larry hops on a stool and starts strumming away.
Not too shabby. All right. So as you start picking up, more and more people start engaging, and it kind of starts off with people just sort of turning heads and watching you playing, and then by the end of the ordeal, you're getting to the point where people are joining in and singing along, especially when you start playing some of the more like commonly known songs throughout the land.
Obviously, we have to play a few tunes about our great and wonderful king, Ardrock.
And I'm leaving.
And what's Desmond going off to do?
Desmond's just gonna go sit in his room reading some books.
Okay. All right, Nell. As you start getting into it and playing your song, you notice someone who's been sort of eyeing you, and they've been just sitting there looking at you with a smile. And about 2 or 3 songs into the night, they just start on their table. And then they start singing against you. And they are attempting a bard
Bard
battle.
off!
So and they're singing the song, and they're getting a little bit more attention than you are. They're drawing people away, and they're making it more grandiose.
Now we're using that inspiration.
Okay. Okay.
We've got pride on the line now, boys. Fuck. Hey, still good fucking roll.
It's a really good roll.
So,
You're
goes to go against him at first for a while, and then eventually goes and moves over so they're like together, and is just enjoying the vibe and having someone to play with, and is like trying to get them to suggest songs and seeing what they know so they can just enjoy making music together at that point.
I like it. Give me a persuasion roll.
Boo.
As you start playing along with them, you notice they purposefully switch songs up on you, and they start singing something else. You see them getting a little bit louder with it. They're now standing in. And they're going a little bit more aggressive with it, and you see that they are starting to steal a little bit of your attention, the attention you were getting. What do you do?
I mean, Nell's no professional bard, and it's no skin off their nose by any stretch of the imagination if somebody's getting more attention than them. So they'll just at that point probably like put their lyre on their back, have a drink chatting up a couple people, and then make their way upstairs and just hang out with Desmond.
Oh, you're bowing out?
Boo.
I'm not proficient in performance or anything, and this person has got a +3. I don't know. I mean, I guess I do have a +3 as well. So
I was gonna say, what are you talking about?
You got a +3 and a D4.
Right. You have the
Yeah.
advantage. In your own hometown.
So as you bow out, you catch a lyric that they sing that basically talks about you bowing out of the competition, and basically about how not everybody's made for this life. And they get a couple chuckles from some of the local patrons as they do.
Dude.
ooh, at that point, Nell's just gonna roll their eyes, reach to the back, and just like toss their Eclipsean Order thing on, and be like, "Not everybody's meant for this life, and can still play." Like, go fuck yourself. I'm saving the world and making a song.
Go ahead and give me a second one too. We'll do it with advantage.
I think we know which one we're taking.
Yeah. And as you do that, you hear like everybody like, oh, and you see them try one final thing, and you see him sort of wink at you, and as he does, you start hearing the sound that he was making as he was beating on the table continue playing as he stands up, and he stands on the table, and he begins doing this crowd working gesture where he is like calling out people that were sort of cheering for you, and basically tying everything back to you and about how he is a better performer. For the gusto.
Loser.
Well, that's again. You're 14. Your 24 beat his 14, but this is a new roll now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
This is the third one.
Come on, Drake, you gonna take that?
I'm the only one that gets the reference.
Right.
As a proprietor of peace and a performer at heart, I don't understand why we can't share this bar. And we play.
Fuck all that peace shit.
He edged them out by one.
I mean, I can't completely show him up when I'm being like, I don't know why we can't play together, homie.
As you say that and start playing, you can start seeing that you're winning the crowd over. And to save face, he notices the same, and you see him now start changing his tune to match what you're playing, and then he kind of falls back and he starts harmonizing with you a little bit. At the end, the real winner was the audience, who had a great time enjoying themselves. Go ahead and roll me a d20.
Boo!
Here, I'll match you. All right. So you guys make 14 gold in total from playing. Do you want to split it? 7 and 7?
How does he look?
What do you mean?
What's this fucker look like?
Oh, he's an elf with like tanned, like golden skin. He has like dirty blonde hair, and he's very clean shaven, and he has what I would call above average looking attire on. So he's well kempt. He has like a almost like a what would you call it? Like a pale, like a cross between like a burnt orange and like a yellow colored shirt on. So like a deep gold color shirt, if you will.
Goldenrod?
What's that?
Like a goldenrod?
Sure, yeah, like a goldenrod colored shirt on. It's like a well-tailored shirt that he's got tucked in. He's got dark brown pants on, a belt with a nice buckle. And the one thing you did notice about him is that like all the music he was making himself, like no instrument.
That is pretty neat. So now we'll split the funds and also be like, so how are you able to get the music to play without actually actively playing? 'Cause they're fascinated, as this isn't their actual like livelihood.
Yeah, he gives you a smile and he says, "Well, it takes a lot of practice and a little magic. But once you learn how to use thaumaturge while playing, you can mimic your own styles. If you think that's impressive, you should see me with an actual instrument. I can be my own band."
Well, that is fascinating. I mean, if you want to take a turn using my lyre, you're more than welcome to. Nell's just sitting at the table with him at this point.
He's like, "Yeah, I think that I've done enough damage for the night. I was bested. And at this point, I think that the people here can't really afford our services anymore." And he kind of chuckles.
All right, fine. But if we run into each other again, we're gonna have to play again. And they slide him the 7 gold.
He takes it and smiles, and he's like, "The name's Bellio," and he reaches a hand out.
Did you, by the way, add that money to my fund or no?
No.
Okay, so I just put the 7 in.
Okay.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Bellio. I am now a paladin of the Eclipsean Order.
And then he takes her hand. He just sort of like takes like the fingers, like the front fingers of it, and he gives him a little squeeze. He goes, "Should I kneel?"
Kneel for Nell has a little bit of a ring to it, but I'm all set. It's not like I'm royalty or anything. I'm just here trying to not let everyone kill each other.
Well, looks like you're doing a good job.
Oh, well, thank you.
Until next time, Paladin Nell. And he gives you a
Until-
little bow.
They bow right back. Until next time, Bellios.
All right. And Desmond, you're not doing anything besides reading?
Nope, nothing. Trying
Cool.
to find some quiet.
And then, are you guys staying at the normal room? Or are you guys staying at that tip top?
With the tip top room with only one bed? Yeah, no
Yes.
thanks.
It's a big bed, though.
Yeah, no thanks.
A lot of mirrors.
No, nothing.
How
Not
much
looking
was that
to
room
do-
again?
That one's a platinite.
Yeah. Yeah. We're trying to get some quiet tonight. I'll take off your spot.
Oh. Desmond's doing it.
All right.
So like everyone else is out doing other shit, right?
Yeah. Well, I
Okay,
assume you guys
yeah.
would have got your room before doing that. That makes the most sense in my mind. But maybe not. You tell me.
I'd say Blaine would have got a single room just so he could focus on making the dagger. Without
Well,
having.
So
Or how
would
would
it have
that
been
work?
more of like you got to Windpoint and then you were like, everything's closing, we need to make it straight to the butcher? Or would it be more like you got there, you're like, all right, let's get our things situated and then go to the butcher?
Everything's closing. We got to get to the butcher before they close.
Mhm.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
So then, yeah, so then everybody's off doing their own thing, Desmond, by the time you get back there.
Okay. So yeah, not telling anyone, just getting the tippity toppity room. Going straight there for the rest of the night.
Okay.
Princess Desmond going to the highest room in the tallest tower.
Mhm.
The
The
So he
furthest
can let
away
his hair
from the noise.
You know I love him.
Yeah, and so Desmond, when you get into this room, there's you have to go up a couple flights of stair, and then there is a big like blue teal door, like a teal but more blue door, and it has these big like ornate brass handles on it. And the key that they gave you is like this stupid oversized like 8-inch key, big brass key with like the large teeth on it. And you notice that like as you're unlocking the door that is super unpractical. This lock would be so easy to lock to pick because of just how ornate it is. But anyways, you do that and you have your own like winding staircase. And then at the top it's completely open concept. And like in the very it's a rounded room, and in the very center of it there is a large bed. There are mirrors surrounding it, like on the ceiling, and then some in the front. On the opposite side of where you come up on the stairs, there's a large like clawfoot tub. And the clawfoot tub is right next to a window that overlooks the entire like northeastern side of Windpoint. Like you have like this bird's eye view of it, and you can open the windows and actually like look out, or you could close it if you want your privacy. And then there's a few other windows that are around in the semicircle that basically you can open it up and have almost like a 360-degree view of the city.
Is there any kind of balconies?
Yeah, it's got a walkway all the way around it.
Okay. Desmond will like go out onto the balcony with like a chair and spend most of his time there.
Okay. So that leaves that Nell, Roderick, Thrain, when you three get done doing what you're doing, and you head back, how are you going to divvy up the rooms?
I really want to focus on making this dagger perfect. I want to be alone.
Yeah,
possible.
Roderick doesn't care.
By all means, but get your own room.
Okay. So you doing
I
3
wouldn't
rooms
say
or 2
that.
rooms?
But yeah.
Roderick, do you care to share, or would you like a room to yourself in there?
Man, whatever's cheaper.
A man after my own heart. And so Nell and Roderick are going to share one of the rooms.
All right. So Desmond, deduct.
Oh,
Hello?
oh.
Good.
Sid, stop dying.
Sin looked at the bill.
I
Platinum.
love
What the
how
fuck?
all of us just like went like,
Desmond, go ahead and deduct the platinum.
Yeah, I did.
Nell and Roderick, I guess, deduct 1 gold each, and Thrain deduct 2 gold. Does anybody even how do you all react to Desmond not being anywhere that you have been?
Nell is going to get nervous and start doing whatever they can to search for them after it starts to be like to the point where the other two, the non-trancers, start settling down for the night. She's like, where the fuck is he?
I'll do the simple thing and ask the desk if he checked in.
Okay. He's like,
Nell is not a smart person.
like who are you looking for?
Out of character. Was he wearing his mask?
Yeah.
Always.
What kind of question is that?
I mean that in like which mask? Isn't there, like,
It's always the black one unless
Okay.
he's saying he's on official duty.
black mask? You would stand out.
As
About
soon as you say that, he's like, yeah, he got the top
okay.
one.
Okay, he's safe. That's all. Okay, cool. Thank you.
He came in here a couple hours ago and bought out the suite.
Have you seen him come down, or have you just been up there?
Not since I've been here. I haven't seen him leave.
Cool. Just check and make sure he's safe.
If you need to, go to the 3rd floor, and there's a large blue door. It has a very large knocker on it. You can if you need to.
Oh, we like some large knockers.
Everybody likes large knockers. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to hear it if it was a small knocker.
You are correct.
Thank you. If I need to, I will. No. Nell is just walking around trying to figure it out. I'll let her know, and then let them know, and head up to my room.
Nell's over there panicking. You're like, you seem to do with the mat you have. Okay, yeah.
Nell's preparing a search party.
Got the torches ready and shit. All right, I've amassed 15 people who have volunteered to help locate Desmond. We're heading out in 20 minutes. All right. Okay. Yeah. So y'all get your rest. Is there anything RP wise or whatnot that you wanted to go over tonight?
So I was kind of thinking, we are the Eclipsean Order kind of in name only now. Be like people, we obviously we're keeping it very close to us that we plus Quillwise are all that's left. But shouldn't we start like opening recruitments, get some help, kind of spread out our reach a bit? Because if we fail and it's just us, like we almost all died in that cave, that would have been it.
Yeah. But the plan after Durien is to poof to Sea Bluff so we can talk to Zahn, because we wanted to report Ilarian's death in person as it was his personal friend. And from there, then the message will be sent out that the others have perished and we can start putting out recruitment posters and whatnot.
We're gonna purposely send out the word.
Yes, that was the conversation we had with Quillwise last.
Okay, I must have been asleep. Um, it- it-
It's okay. It was a few sessions ago.
that's not a good. I can't really see that being a good recruitment tool. Hey, all of us got wiped out. Want to join? Doesn't have a good pitch to it, you know? Like maybe we shouldn't, you know, maybe that makes us look incompetent. Like, why do we want to join those losers? Uh, yeah, maybe not. We just on that part.
People have a. The reason I believe we were saying we wanted to let everyone know was so that they would take this danger seriously and so we're no longer lying, particularly
Okay.
to folks that know and care about these individuals. And
Okay.
it's I understand the it might make us look incompetent bit, but to those with courage in their hearts, it's more of it, it looks more of despite the odds, we will keep fighting for peace.
Uh, sure, sure. Um, Counterpoint. The people who actually regard these tabards as meaning something, then we say, hey, something has kicked all of our asses. All of a sudden, the little people don't have faith anymore. Maybe starts panicking. Maybe we are the only group that they have any faith in to do right, and they don't want to be caught between the different factions. And, you know, we show up and it's like, hey, symbol of hope here. And now it's going to be like, oh no, those are the last breed of those guys who can't protect us anymore.
Perhaps for a bit we keep it on the low to the public in mass, but at least to the leaders and any family of these individuals, they should be informed.
Okay. Granted, I have not traveled and seen all of Amethil the way probably most of you have, maybe besides Thrain, like, but eh, mm,
I've never gone farther north than Sea Bluff.
okay, well, I can tell you how it works in my little village, and granted, we're just, you know, a bunch of uh lowly humans. If you go to one person, you say, hey, really important secret, don't tell anyone, it's just between you and me. Shh. Guess what happens?
They blab.
Uh-huh. Because they only tell one person and tell them to be quiet. And then that person follows suit. And then next thing you know, it's been passed around everywhere and it's no longer a secret now. And maybe the person who, you know, somewhere in that chain decides to start embellishing and start saying other things and adding to this story. And all of a sudden, by the time it's all done, it's something completely different than what it started as.
Perhaps this is a conversation to be had in the morning with all of our party members and the sending stone open with Quillwise so that we can figure out what on earth we're actually doing.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Just just wanted to bring my thoughts to the leader. It's cool.
I'm still getting used to that.
Oh, get used to it real quick.
I appreciate that you guys put enough trust in me that you think that I am the right choice for that.
I mean, you're the last paladin that we have, so by matter of, you know. Yeah, but regardless, you're doing a great job, and yeah, yeah. All right, well, good night.
Nell just kind of watches him. At that point, I imagine he just kind of goes, "Well, good night," takes off his hat, and just like lays in bed immediately with facing the fucking wall.
Facing the wall.
They're just
Yep.
like, okay. They're just gonna sit there and pray for a bit. Take their trance. When they end up waking up and Roderick's still sleeping, they'll take their nice long bath.
Start taking the bath. All of a sudden, Roderick's awake. It's really weird. All right. Thrain, you successfully make your dagger. Yay. All right. So, yeah. Next day, did you plan on, Nell, did you plan on actually, like, having a powwow with everybody before you leave out?
I mean, we can walk and talk. We are multitaskers and all. We can have the conversation on the road further away from potential prying ears.
Okay. All right.
Before we leave, though, I would like to go to the blacksmith.
Okay.
And just show off my dagger, see what they think of it.
Look at what I made.
Get their advice for the rest of them.
Okay. Yeah. So, I assume you're getting up earlier than everybody else, kind of heading out. Sure. So you get there before they actually start, when they're still just warming up the bellows. And they sort of look at you and they're like, "You come back to play some music?"
Wish I could, but this time I am just passing through. And others gonna wake up here in a little bit, and we gotta get going.
One of the other ones is like, "Good, because we don't have the money to pay you." And they all start laughing.
Laugh along with them.
So, what's up?
So get some advice on future crafting and see what you think of this. So I pull out the dagger.
You see their eyes light up. Like, oh, it's not dwarven steel, but it's beautiful.
It's dire bear claw.
Still not dwarven steel, but
No,
I see your point. And they all take it and they're like passing it along to one another. Kind of have like this like in chatter with one another.
I have 5 more I need to make.
Did you plan on giving us gifts?
Or do they? Here's a real question for myself. Do they know I'm part of the order?
I assume that you've probably had the tabard on as you walk about, so
Okay,
I assume so.
yeah. They're for the other members of the order. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough claws to make everybody one.
Oh, easy fixes. Go find another bear.
You could fight the next one.
No. We don't want to take the glory away from your order.
Good. I don't know. They said it was hard. I didn't feel a thing. I don't know.
Yeah, a true dwarf.
But what do you think to improve the others once I go to make those? I want nothing for the best, but the best for my friends.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Hey, this is a beautiful dagger. For us to critique it would be unfair. We know steel, we know metal. if I were to make this, I'd probably create the blade of steel and maybe carve the handle out of the claw. I think that may diminish your achievement, though, but yeah, I don't have any advice for this one. This is a beautiful dagger.
Thank you. Well, I will let you guys get back to your music.
The symphony's
See
just
ya.
about to start.
See you guys around. No. Head out. Take my time walking away so I can start hearing. So I can see if I can hear them start.
Oh yeah, yeah. You wait outside for just a few seconds after you start hearing the ting, 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 tss, ting, 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 tss. All in perfect unison.
Mm-hmm. Smile fondly of the memories and walk back to the inn. Get some breakfast.
Breakfast.
Yeah. So you all gather. I assume you would all be getting breakfast at this point. So Nell, Roderick, as you're there, you would see Thrain come walking from outside in. Desmond, would you join the common rabble?
Where are they eating breakfast at?
The restaurant portion
Right.
of the bar.
Yeah, restaurant side of it, I would feel.
Okay, yeah.
The tavern doesn't open until 11 a.m. Yeah, so you all get some food. Hey, Nell, give me a perception roll.
Perception. Do-do-do. They haven't had their coffee yet.
Understandable. It's still early. All right. So yeah. So you all have your meal, and then start heading out for the day. And Nell, I assume you would kind of start the conversation up after you're, a good
Once
distance
we're
away
loaded
from
up on the
Windpoint.
horses and such.
Okay. Pockets a little heavier, bags a little lighter.
Hell yeah.
Mm-hmm. Pocket's about to be a lot lighter.
The top suite was nice. A little small than I expected.
Less grandiose than your room back home, I assume.
It was about the size of my closet.
Let me guess. The size of my house.
It's about the size of my bathroom.
Ouch. But
It's
I also
cozy.
can't imagine how wonderful that tub must be.
I am curious, but I don't know what I would do with that much space.
So, like, can I get like a house when your people take over?
What?
I would assume you would get your own city, but yeah, we can spruce up one of the houses for you too.
Nice. Get one of my own city. All right.
He already said we were going to be members of his duchy. If we so chose. If they do, in fact, end up bleeding.
Quiet peasant. I'm just trying to get used to the role.
So, Roderick brought up some concerns about letting The common folk know about the Eclipsean order being reduced as it is at this point.
Okay. Light.
Roderick?
Figure we'd open up some recruitments because, you know, we gotta. We're trying to gather information. We're trying to get all this stuff done. Our presence in the land is very dwindled. We could just cover more ground if we had people, more members again.
Are we going to follow tradition and anytime we go out on an expedition, we take the entirety of the order, or would we start forming units?
I hadn't gotten into all of that detail, but I just know that I feel like we're meeting the bare minimum of requirement to be called an order. We're more of a group.
And that I definitely understand. But last night, what you had brought up was that you worry that the hope will be lost for the common folk if they find out that the group which they saw as their symbol of hope had been so greatly defeated that we were a mere 5 at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that may also cause struggle for recruitment, which is why I figured I would open this conversation up to all of us. And Broderick, you should probably phone in Quillwise.
Reaches in the bag, tosses you the orb.
Falls on the ground. Have to stop it. Pick it up.
I was being nice. I wasn't saying anything.
Listen, Nell's proficient in athletics, so probably caught it.
So I'm being nice. I'm not gonna make you roll anything.
I caught it.
Sure. You know, if you roll though, I'm making you stick with it. So if that had been like a nat 1,
And it's broken.
let's say smashes against a rock. Now you guys don't have a scrying stone anymore.
Scrying stone here. I thought it was a sending stone.
Oh yeah, sending stone, not scrying stone. See, told you you don't have a scrying stone.
Right.
And so Nell boots it up to contact Quillwise and gives him the lowdown of what was just said at the beginning of this conversation.
Yeah. So you start talking, and then a few minutes later, you hear the little voice in the background start getting closer and closer. And Quillwise eventually is like, "Can you hear me through this thing?"
Yes, we can, Quillwise.
You explain the whole thing, and then yeah. So, we have a small list of recruits who have shown interest. None of their names mean anything to me. I don't recognize any of them. They're not of any lineage that I'm aware of, and they haven't made a name for themselves. Outside of, well, one of them maybe, but I agree. We need to start rebuilding units. Now that we have this moment of lull, it's nice that you're all able to go and do things on the guild's behalf, but as soon as things kick back up and you have to focus your attention elsewhere, the order at the moment is just sitting here. So the thing that you will have to take into consideration is, do we want to hire quantity or quality? Quantity is more affordable, but quality is going to get us better in the long run.
I
Quality.
feel like the order was always about quality.
A little of both never hurts. Begin hire leaders to instruct some of the newer recruits.
Yeah, in general, we've never been real picky on the quality of our applicants. As long as they have a good heart and they're willing to put time into it, we can train even the most lowly of peasants to be a sword wielding paladin.
Nell smirks, just this. I see what you're getting at. I know paladins are far and few between at this point in our nation at the moment. But perhaps when we're in Durien, I'll try to contact Shogun and see if I can get him to come with us back to Truded. I know I could explain to him that we've lost Ilarion, as he's the one who sent me there to have his former friend help train me.
Well, but didn't he send you because him sort of, due to his age, he's not really. You've probably surpassed his abilities at this point.
He is old, but he's better than nothing, is he not? As I'm
He-
currently going to
Agreed.
be parading around the entire continent trying to do what we can to get all this solved. Having a paladin intruded is better than no paladin intruded.
That's fair. Just, do what you need to do to see if he can be convinced, and understanding that we don't have a lot of funds to pay for his time.
We do have a lot more funds now.
Oh? Have these little callings been fruitful?
Yes, our most recent in particular, actually, because we ended up having to take down a werebear. And we took the
Dire bear.
time to. Yeah, not werebear, sorry, a dire bear.
He's like, a werebear? Oh, okay.
We took the time to
It might have
properly
been.
butcher it.
You don't
and
know.
Was able to sell like 250 pounds of meat. Made over 600 gold on that.
That's a nice little chunk of change.
So there are certainly more funds to add to the pot now. And we've decided that we're definitely going to be keeping an amount off to the side from everything that we do to go straight back into the order and building up our strength and our numbers and all of that.
Real quick, Quillwise, on a separate note, Nell and Thrain are rumored to be dead in Ironbeard Mine Town.
I completely forgot that.
Mm-hmm.
What? Why?
Me and Roderick may have spread that rumor.
You're going to need to elaborate a little bit more on that.
Due to some stupid family squabble that ended up having Thrain and I knocked unconscious and tied up, They had to cut a deal.
More profit for the order, though.
Very true, because we do get a cut of whatever that brother makes in the mine.
The mayor wants to shut down the mine. His younger brother wants to keep running it. So the younger brother put up illusions and hired guards that dispatched of us. And in order to save the few of us that went down, we struck a deal with the younger brother to convince the older brother to stay out of the mines. And in return, any diamond that they pull from the mine is going to be split in profit with the order.
Okay, that's... So, do we want to, resurrect them at some point?
Yeah, we at the order have the means to do that to our members, so it's not too. At least that's what we're going to tell them if we ever get caught back in that town.
Just merely have to explain that the funds were used.
Very, very shitty situation that we did our best with.
Well, I don't see you needing to go back to that town anytime soon, so that's at least a plus.
Someone from the order should be heading to that town at least once a month to pick up our percentage of the profits.
Well, that's why we're discussing hiring people, right?
Right.
Surely you all don't want to be doing that.
No.
There we go. Every couple months to check in on everything, but not necessarily every month.
Just we were talking about the profits of the order, and that came to my mind. It's going to be a steady income for a good while, I'm assuming.
Well,
Should be.
that'll be good. Our reserve funds are starting to deplete, so the sooner we get back up and running, the better.
How has Nell's mother been?
She's
Not
driving
too
me
much.
crazy.
That's what I assume.
You mean making sure you eat and drink and sleep?
She is trying to reorganize everything that I have here, which is perfectly fine where it is.
You have to admit she's good company, though.
I do not.
Uh-huh. Well, at least we have someone else there to help keep the place going. I know she's always liked doing cleaning and organization, hence her job as a maid, but she's also pretty good with numbers, so she could help in other ways too, I'm sure.
As long as she stops touching my things, I will give her whatever job she wants.
Hey, Quillwise, have you by any chance happen to have, I don't know, figure out a way for me to know if I'm awake or not?
I have ideas, but when you're back here, we'll test some things out.
Speaking of, are we going from Durien to Truded, or are we just going to Sea Bluff from Durien?
I think we were going straight to Sea Bluff.
We were, but We do have to get these funds truded. Is that something we can mail?
Uh, this much I don't know.
13 platinum.
I
13
Should be
platinum?
fine.
how much were you expecting?
Not quite that. That's a decent amount. You
Do you need
could
more?
have it sent, but I would make sure you put some security down on that.
I mean, do you think the order needs a little bit more? I can spare some if you need.
Oh yeah, we can definitely spare some. Like,
They can spare some cool wise if we need.
They sure
I was
could.
intending on adding 8 more platinum from my pot to it, honestly.
That'll be fine. That'll be perfect actually. Then we can pay your mother for her services and begin working on hiring and getting some numbers going.
Okay. So Durien, Truded, Durien, Sea Bluff? Or are we just gonna walk to Sea Bluff?
I think
I
if
suppose
we
can
walk,
convince Shogun that he should go to Truded and be there to potentially train folk who come on in, then we can just hand the money to him while he's already on his way over.
well, if we're going to be traveling to Truded, then from there we can, before we go to Sea Bluff, we can hit case 4 and case 5 on the way.
5, I feel like, is gonna be an after Sea Bluff thing. Because from 5, we're going way, way, way north.
I mean, case 5 is the recruitment case, isn't it?
Yes.
Those 5 the recruitment?
Yes.
Oh, 4, I'm talking. Then, yeah, never mind. Get my numbers mixed up.
Numbers are hard.
Don't let Thrain count the money.
Yeah, well, I'll count my own money.
Remember, 4 comes before 5.
I thought 7 came first.
Do not let Thrain count the money. Also, I've been looking into the matter of all of the fun that's going on, and I managed to scrounge up some old maps of Amethil, and the places that have been hit so far are amongst the first of the settled areas. I have a theory that wherever the next incident is, it will be in one of the original settlements.
Which would be?
There's 13 of them, so it could be any number. I haven't quite figured out any sort of pattern off of the 2 that have happened so far. And also, when you're in Durien, you may want to speak to the Baron. He sent an owl that dropped off some information about the potential location of where Josiah is.
That's right.
Yeah, he's somewhere wrapped up in chains.
My heart goes out to him. If you decide to do anything in regarding this, then I have a package here that's not really going to do you much good, but if you're going to be there, just speak to him about it.
Will do. Oh, by the way, when we get back into Durien, it's gonna be during the open house of the Artisan Guild. Do you want us to pick you up anything?
Ooh. No. We need to make sure our funds are concise.
What do you want, Glowwise?
I don't know. It's been so long since I've been to just able to look at fine crafted goods and bits and baubles.
And by the way, the fellow who runs Wings and Feathers Leather and Lace sends his regards.
Oh. That one there's a character. If you ever get a chance to go out drinking with him, you should do that.
He made it sound like you were just merely a client and he didn't know you very well.
That's because I have dirt on him.
Ooh. Well, we'll let you save that dirt for if he ends up trying to put dirt on you.
Oh, I'll bury him. He doesn't have to worry about that. But enjoy. It's good times there. It's been a while since I've been back to Durien, but if Guildmaster Wilfrey is still there, tell him I want to cash in on that favor. Maybe it'll help you all out with whatever you're trying to do there.
All right then.
But I'll put together some of the people that have been interested in joining. If there's anyone else that you see, obviously send them this way. And if there's anybody that you feel strongly towards, let me know. And we can get them started sooner rather than later.
We will certainly let you know.
Also, I might have a gift for you when we get back.
Are you going to make me sit in suspense?
Yes, I am. Just one to stew in it.
You know I'm almost 1,000 years old, right? You
And
die tomorrow. That guilt would be on you. You could have shared
Yep.
this moment with me and you chose not to.
Very true, Thray.
you'll live.
That is not your call.
I can make it my call.
Dang! That's a threat.
Unless you've learned something new since the last time I saw you. How far away are you?
We're just outside of Windpoint.
Oh, you'd never make it in time. I'd be a festering corpse by the time you got back here.
I doubt my mom would let that happen.
I
She may be the death of me.
You will just have to wait.
You know what? I recant. Do not ask Guildmaster Wilfrey about anything.
Sure. So we kind of got sidetracked here. About the telling of the loss of the majority of the order.
Yes.
Do you think that it would be more wise to continue to keep it on the information being only available to those strictly necessary, like family and close friends, and not quite share with the masses while we are still so small?
I think it's dangerous either way for different reasons. Obviously, some people regarded members of the order as almost celebrity status, and for them to just disappear and not hear anything about it, I think there's things to be said about that. But also, I do understand that we don't want to sully our image too much by letting people know how catastrophic of a loss we have occurred. So I will leave that up to your judgment on what you think the best action is. I have the previously written statements made, as we've discussed before, but they have not went out to anybody. If you want, we can save
At
those
the
for
very least, we say that we've lost Ilarion. We don't have to do too descriptive of it, but we don't have to talk about losing everyone but us. But the people loved him, and he was always around everywhere. So, if anything, people are going to call into question his absence. So maybe if we, at the very least, state that we've lost Ilarion, but are still going strong.
That sounds perfectly reasonable. Though, if the truth does get out, people may feel lied to and misled. Lying by omission is still lying.
I guess, yeah. Ilarion among others. So we're not technically lying, but we're omitting the exact number we have lost.
Again, I will leave this to your judgment.
I mean, this is me opening it up as a conversation among the 5 of us, the Eclipsean Order as a whole, as it stands.
Well, I will be your tiebreaker, but otherwise, I'm impartial to how you. I'm an archivist. I stay here in the books and study things. I don't deal with the public for a very good reason. I don't like them.
I like the idea of Larian among others.
Oh, go ahead.
Because on the same lines being, we don't have to put a number to how much we've lost, but that we have lost a lot of people. And if it comes to people ask, we can, if we have to, lie and say that bareback training others rebuild.
That is an option.
I mean, I've said my piece, but I don't think we should divulge any of this information. We don't necessarily have to lie about it. If someone asks, we just say that is classified information?
That will just cause more panic.
Yeah, but say, isn't that more suspicious?
Why would anybody be asking us about the rest of the order?
Because we travel around as a whole generally, and now we are traveling around as four, and nobody has seen anyone but the four of us.
I mean, there are ways to lie without lying, telling half truths.
But that brings us back to when the secret does come out, because we're not going to hide this forever. It's impossible to hide this forever. The people are going to trust us less because we either lied straight out or lied by omission.
I was just hoping that maybe by that time come up, we would have a more established order again where it wouldn't even be a concern. But no, that's it. That's just my thoughts on the matter.
What do you think, Desmond?
Um,
You're actually, formerly trained on the sociology of all this business, having been raised next in line for a throne.
I mean, if we were doing things my way, we wouldn't disclose any information. It's not the people's um, business to know anything that's going on with our personal lives. We give information as the Eclipsean Order. We don't give information out on our individuals. But that's how I would personally do things. I am devoting everything I do to what the leader says.
So there you have it, Quillwise. It's a tie.
Well, if it's my say so on this, I would not tell anyone. We can figure out a proper way to have a press conference and let everyone know all at once when the time is right. But the time is not right. Furthermore, we need to think about how much information we plan on disclosing to new recruits until we're positive that they're going to make it and they're fully vetted. Any information they get could leak.
Of course. I do also worry, though, among those training, if when we eventually release this information, if they will feel betrayed and want to no longer work with us.
I think we would tell them the truth once they're fully in. I think what Quillwise was getting to. It's just before they are fully in, we don't want to let that slip, because if they get disgruntled and either quit or we let them go, they could turn it around on us.
Okay, yeah, that works.
But I can see their side of it where we shouldn't release any information. So
The people that are volunteering to be part of the order have to understand that this job comes with dangers, and if they are upset that we didn't tell them that this dangerous job has led to death, then they probably aren't cut out to be a member in the first place. Like,
Agreed.
you can die in this line of work. Well, what happened to the other members? You can die in this line of work.
Exactly.
I mean, we could always tell them the fib of the graveyard there. Half of it's the order. that have passed in the line of duty, but it's
I mean,
more of a scare tactic for training purposes only.
it's not like that graveyard hasn't been there for over 100 years. People know who's buried there for the most part, but we can certainly state that there are members buried there.
I had perhaps one more idea, but I have a feeling half of us will not agree with it.
Is it to hire a wizard and force a gesh upon them so they have to swear their allegiance?
No.
Oh, okay.
Go on.
Huh. Uh, I kind of got the idea sort of from you, Nell. The thought that maybe controlling the public opinion is possibly more important than anything. Because in the same vein as us trying not to weaken our position in common people's minds and everything, maybe start spreading some word to bards as we go of our exploits for them to, start singing and spreading and storytelling throughout the land to perhaps make us seem more recruitment worthy. Yeah. And not as vulnerable as we actually are right now.
Just make
As
sure you
much
get
as
a
I-
good bard, because
Mhm.
nothing will make people hate the guild more than a terrible bard singing our praises.
One thing, I like the idea, but I don't think we should call attention to us full on needing recruits.
Well, no, not call attention like, hey, you should join up with the order of. Yeah, no. Just
Sing our praises, and people will ha- get desires from there if that's something they so choose.
exactly.
Tales of
Yeah.
our exploits. We can share stories of things that we have faced with the order,
Yeah.
be it with just the four of us or all on our own. Quillwise, if you have any thoughts on doing that and want any songs to write, you can totally do that, as it's not like you aren't a bard.
You know, I was never really into the song singing, but I do like the idea. I'm very fond of the idea. But again, just make sure you get a good bard.
Of course.
If it gets to the point where we are truly desperate for new members, I have a solution already. We could take a trip to my hometown, and some of the guardsmen there, I can order some to be members of the order. That would expedite my search for the magical means that I need, and it would ease the people of Amethil into
A hostile
us,
takeover?
us
Submission.
coming to help anytime they need it.
You want to make a persuasion roll, Sin?
I got a -1 in that.
So I'm not directly opposed to it. But I wouldn't pull more than 2. More than that would draw attention to that there are extraplaners. Which
I don't think anyone
people
would think of them as extraplaners unless we broadcasted that.
I don't assume they would all be wearing your getup.
No, this is something specific to me. They would have a mask, but that's more for sanitary reasons.
I would be cautious about having a small army of people walking around with masks on, as that may also raise concerns.
If I find a way to confirm that this plane isn't hostile or contagious to us, then we can forego the masks.
Well, hostile is what you make of it, but contagious, you seem to be doing fine.
I also cleanse myself on the hour, every hour, and minimal contact with anything.
perhaps the easiest way to test that sort of thing is to start reducing that.
As scary as that might be.
I am much too valuable for that test.
Yes, Prince Desmond.
I forget. You think differently. You are royalty.
I
You'll
am
just have your
also
minion do that.
I am also the only one working towards this being a peaceful integration.
Yeah, we don't want to lose you, Des. It was more of just a thought.
Wait, so you're confirming that you're the only peaceful one of your people?
Lovely.
I'm the only one working towards it.
Of the royal family.
It's much too daunting of a task to put this much effort in when we have a much easier solution.
Uh-huh.
The easier solution being the genocide of our people.
You all escalate so rapidly.
Listen, you can't just say these vague things about your people wanting to take over and maybe that will be hostile and maybe it won't, making this your home, and then say this is much more difficult than the other way. What is the other way? Because that's still not an easy way to research anything health-wise, and the only thing I can think of ways to make sure we're not getting you sick is if we're all dead.
What?
So, never mind. I think I've gotten myself all confused.
Okay.
Look, once his people eliminates the vermin here, then they have nothing to worry about. It's fine.
That's a very simple way of putting it. I appreciate that. No one that can, no filth that can actually speak a language, though.
Goblins can speak a language, though.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So is that guy and that thing gets married to and all of their fucking mutant kids. Yeah.
They
That's their
spoke a
language.
Their
Mhm.
citizen. I don't think that was a language. They were communicating. That does not always need a language. If
What's the
a if
definition?
All right,
if
Quillwise.
a
I don't think you need
rabbit
to hear this portion of the bickering, so I'm gonna let you go. Back to your research.
All right, it's fine.
They-
I stopped tuning you guys out a long time ago.
Quillwise, they let a fleshy golem of a being. They are considering that a citizen of Amethil. Is that thoughts? Input, please.
I think I need more context.
Old guard of Durien was making babies with the fleshy golem tower. That's
what was it, goblin, half goblins?
yeah. That's about all the context that we have for that.
What's the question?
Considering it was non-combative unless brought to do so, and was able to communicate with its
Lover.
wasn't sure if to say mate, husband, whatnot. And he was able to get it to stop when it had been directly insulted by Roderick and started to retaliate.
I did not insult that thing. I said you have a very lovely wife, and it flipped out.
As you gagged.
You can't throw up in your mouth while saying your wife is lovely and not have that be an insult.
Did you see that bitch?
You shouldn't have said a damn thing.
Trying to help.
What is the question?
I want to go back and kill it eventually, but
Why?
apparently that is morally wrong.
I morals are every shade of color, and take that for what you will. I personally wouldn't hunt it if it didn't pose any threat, but I'm not. I don't think I follow on it because it communicates it deserves to live. Like, that is not where I would draw my basis from. But if you see a panther in the woods, a panther could cause a lot of death. But I'm not going to go out of my way to kill the panther just because it has the potential to kill things. Now, if that panther was attacking a village or a farm and it needed to be put down, then I would have no trouble doing so. But I'm not going to go out of my way to be the aggressor in that scenario. Does that help?
Yes, very much.
And Roderick, stop insulting people's mates. It's not
I
very
didn't.
Eclipsean order of you.
All right, I'll do the opposite from now on.
No,
Next
the
married
Kawhi's-
couple I see,
I think this is one of the instances where this thing needed to be put down.
I agree with the invader.
Definitely don't. Just
Well,
because it's ugly doesn't mean it needs to die.
I mean, in some cases.
I would agree with Nell's sentiment, but it is all up to your all's discretion on that factor of it. If you feel it poses a threat, it is our job to deal with threats. Though, from the conversation we've had, it doesn't seem to me that it poses a threat.
It's locked in a collapsed cavern that doesn't have a exit large enough for it to leave through anyways.
So what would be the purpose of killing it?
It's guarding a artifact.
Okay.
Oh, what was
The weather changing
case?
artifact
Yeah, from
made by the chaplain of Dracarius, the one with the green
Yeah.
gems,
So
ended up going missing, and that was the artifact we were supposed to find. And that artifact was with this family of half goblins and their tower of flesh of a mother and their
I'm gonna need you all to get better descriptions. This is horrible.
there's no other way
That
to
thing looked
describe it. It
horrible.
was quite literally, if you can imagine, a pile of shit the size of a tree that is just made of
Now,
flesh.
this is one of the
Has
rare
tentacles.
occasions where I have actually had breakfast today, and I don't need this right now.
Okay, fine.
it infected Roderick's foot to a horrible degree just from touching it.
So it did assault you.
It
Hey, after
It scooped him up off, and after its mate said, "Put him down," it did.
Yep. The ugly bitch tried to impregnate me with this infested bullshit. It needs to die, you know.
Don't
can't
worry, we
go
aborted it.
impregnating random people that insult you.
I
That's how I see
still
it.
I still do not see that this thing should be put to death, but I'm
What do
sure
you know?
there's context beyond me knowing. Listen, we are not executioners. We are protectors. We are the bulwarks of Amethil. If you feel that this thing needs to be killed, make sure it's for the right reasons.
We need to protect all the ankles of Amethil.
It's right.
I just don't see it being worth slaughtering. What were there? 20 half goblin who are peaceful unless provoked.
I
Because
I
they
would agree with
retaliate.
that.
I mean, I would agree not to kill the kids, but then they like jumped Thrain and beat the hell out of him. I feel like we could get some payback on Thrain's behalf.
If showing your face is all that means a provoke, I feel like that's not a peaceful family.
Well, so Nell said that they live in a collapsed cavern. So how did you all come across them?
An underwater tunnel.
Searching for the artifact.
So I'm just asking. So you broke into their house.
That's why do people keep saying that?
How would you describe
I told you,
it?
Des. I'd be freaked out too if I fucking woke up in the middle of the night and there were strangers in my house.
If you walk through
Catch
a
these
bear's
hands on sight, Desmond.
if you walk through a bear's territory, that does not count as you breaking into their house. That is you
But-
walking around in nature and a hostile animal claimed a territory and
So-
attacked
These
you
are
because of
people,
it.
though.
So if you stumble into a bear's cave, you should just kill the bear automatically, correct?
You should defend yourself and leave.
Okay,
But you
that's
don't
fair.
go back and kill the bear because you know it exists.
Desmond,
But
if
if
someone were to walk into your castle, if someone were to walk into your city unannounced, how would they be treated?
we can't make this comparison.
We
There are
can. We absolutely can.
There are intelligent creatures, and then there are beasts, and then there are monsters.
If someone were to show up unannounced into your city, how would they be treated?
They would be detained and questioned.
And as soon as one of your people showed face, if they attacked, what would you do?
If my people showed face and then the intruder attacked,
Yes.
oh, then they'd be executed.
So, by proxy, if you walked into this goblin's territory, they would have right to execute you.
But that's not. We didn't attack when they showed face. They attacked us. Nell even
So-
announced herself, and then they still shot at them.
So, if you were
Not
attempting
the first
to
time we went in after we got warned and told to get out.
No, they shot at you first, and then they threw a net at you.
so
Pretty sure they were luring us. to
if
the
you
main
were to
entryway at that
detain
point.
someone who came into your city and you told that person to leave and then they showed back up, what then?
We would detain them, then escort them out.
So you would just give them unlimited chances to come back in and you would just keep resetting them back to the gates.
Yes, if they are sentient creatures worthy of conversation.
See, you say
Unless
these
they-
words that concern me.
He does
Worthy?
that often.
How about this for fun? What would you do if a goblin showed up in your city unannounced?
Me personally,
No, your
Now-
city. How would
now-
your city react to this?
my city would choose to execute before they even got to the gates.
Okay. So I think that there's some assumptions that we can make that there are differences in how things operate, and hopefully you've seen that not everything is quite so simple. And it's not always black and white, that there's shades of gray in between.
And maybe a
And-
stripe of green.
There is a whole spectrum on this plane where on my plane it is quite literally either black or white.
And
I mean that in the most literal sense.
in both literally and figuratively, I'm sure there are things here that are black and white that probably are a little more granular on your hometown too. It's a little different way of living. But I say all that to say that regardless if it is a brick and mortar domicile or a collapsed cave, if someone has set up living in that and has given you fair warning not to be there, that them defending their place seems just. And I think that your people would agree with that statement.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I completely agree. I can proudly say I did not lift. I lifted a finger. I did not.
Did not harm.
I did
Did not
not
attack.
harm or even put in effort to harm a single creature that entire time. Both times.
Did burn your tabard though.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
Did Quillwise know about that?
No.
he does now.
Yeah.
So, I would say that you all made the right choice, in my opinion. I do not think it would be just to head back there and enact vengeance in any way. Though I am curious, whoever hired you to get this, what their course of action may be.
We informed them that It was in possession of a family who has had it for many a years, and they had found it, which is what happened. They were not the ones who stole this artifact, and that they were not willing to give up this now family heirloom, and that they were kind enough to tell us to get off their damn property, but they said they would not be so kind to anybody else coming to look to take it from them and to leave them alone. We did not explicitly explain that this was a family of goblins. I referred to them as woodsmen because they do in fact live in the woods.
I think cavesmen would be more accurate, but
Yeah, but I put up signs all around the cat cavern to state no trespassing, do not enter, all that other happy shit, so people will leave them alone, hopefully.
so they're just gonna send 8 untrained people.
That's what I said.
And
Yeah.
that blood will be on their hands.
Well,
But it's
depending
okay,
on how
Quill
things
Wise.
play out, Desmond, you
There-
may still get your chance.
Yeah, but don't worry, Quill Wise. There were signs put up that say "keep away," so we covered our bases.
Anybody who goes in there, finds their way in there, had plenty of warning, and know that they're going to go attempt to rob people.
Rob the robbers.
There will be only so much bloodshed tolerated before someone gets escalated.
Yes, yes.
Well, either way, I think you all did right in not killing them, but we'll see how that plays.
There is nothing we could do to convince them to give us the object.
I can make a new one. Just say that was the object.
I mean, that might work.
You probably should have brought that up and done that then.
Oh,
But
I
they
can't
would-
do it now. I do not have any of the resources or the tools required for something of that caliber.
Oh.
But I do have the blueprints for it.
Did you actually copy those down into permanent notes?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
They are my notes now because I said so.
Well, if you're all traveling to Durien, you only have a few more days that you could travel to Beryl's Hope, and you could let them know that you're in the process of negotiating it back and maybe buy time and prevent bloodshed. How long do you think it would take for you to recreate it?
I haven't done any further investigation besides copying over the notes and a quick skim of it. I'm not sure if it's going to type any special ingredients or specialty tools. It may pose an even bigger task that I can even achieve using the tools at Durien at the moment. Considering this is Chaplin's last great artifact that he left.
Yeah. You have an option. Even if it's only a bluff, you have an option.
These people in the caverns were actively trying to work it though, which was causing major climate changes and good mileage around the location. So whether we give him fake or not, that is still going to be occurring
Happening
in the
cavern
woods.
wilds.
And if they do figure out how to use the artifact, then they have control of that. and can do with what they please.
Well, we'll make sure we keep a line on that, and if they start using it for anything nefarious, then that may change things.
So long as there is peace, then nothing's a problem.
Okay. So, and I think now we can let you get back to the books.
Very
Tell my
well.
mom I say hi.
You hear in the background, "Hi, honey." Okay, on that note, I need to get back to the study before things get moved. And you just hear him walk away, and then like you hear them talking in the background.
Disconnect.
Mhm. Okay.
I think they're good for each other.
Stepdaddy Quillwise.
Yo, not like that. I meant more of my mother's lived without a companion that they weren't attempting to raise for well over 100 years. I'm sure it's nice to have another person with more years under their belt to talk with. You know, a few centuries worth of experience is not a common thing for most folk.
No, definitely not.
I'm going to skin this cat. And by that I mean grab the squirt bottle and spray her as she's standing outside my door screaming.
I was worried for a second. Like,
Roll for cat.
Right, I'm like looking in game, like what?
right.
There's a single black dot pixel on the map. That's a cat right there.
All right, so you all have 4 days travel. One of those days you will be passing near the Ironbeard mines. So A, let me know what you want to do for those 4 nights, and then B, do you all plan on stopping by the mines at all, or do you plan on avoiding that area, or just heading through the main path?
Rain doesn't want to go near there because he's dead there.
Yeah, I don't see the point in stopping there at all. Just avoid it and continue along to Durien.
Okay.
Straight path to Durien then.
Okay. So you got 4 nights.
Mm-hmm.
What y'all plan on doing for those 4 nights?
Collect. Potion.
Clause of the order.
I'm working with Thrain every night he's working with these.
Oh, by the way, I had an idea, Thrain. Since Quillwise isn't going to really have much use for a knife, given how he is, there's the possibility of making something like, well, I don't know. He is short. Do you think that would be tall enough to be like a cane? He could make
It's
a quill.
It'd be a heavy ass quill.
Anything
Or
that you
focus.
personally want, we can incorporate the claw into.
Mm-hmm.
So it would still be a matching piece for the order. It doesn't all have to be a dagger for someone.
Yeah.
For everyone.
I know I wanted a dagger. If you guys want something else,
Yeah.
I just figured dagger would be nice for if we get into, hey, they're close to me. I need to do something.
Of course. I was just thinking that maybe find something else to make for Quillwise, considering he's not going to wield it anyways. Shit, that thing would be more of a short sword or a long sword in his hands anyways.
Probably more of a short sword for him. But yeah, daggers for me.
Cane does sound pretty nice. Maybe,
Claw-handled cane.
yeah, something to an actual like claw cane to help reach some of the higher books.
I don't know. That might damage the
That's
books and
That's probably his favorite part about having my mother there, is that she can pen the books down to him he can't reach.
until she repositions them.
Yes, yes.
All right. Desmond, go ahead and give me a support roll.
Ugh.
All right, Thrain, you do not get advantage on this roll.
Hey,
Hey,
Didn't
that's
need
one
it.
success. Desmond, give me a support roll. You do get advantage on this roll.
Right.
Hey.
I help when you need it. When you don't need it, I'm not there to help.
Right.
So you have a second one. This one I'm going to add is a different one though, just because it doesn't have the special stuff. So I'm going to add a little asterisk next to the one that's the special one.
Okay.
And then we could just...
I'm gonna have to think over the next 2 weeks of what the hell I want mine to be.
What do you mean?
If I want something more than a dagger. Something
So-
different.
Anyone? Desmond, did you want a dagger?
Yeah, I'll take a dagger.
Okay, Roderick, do you want a dagger?
Is it throwable? Like,
Yes.
sure.
Throwable and stabbable.
Okay.
I've seen you with the gun. You should be fine with it.
That's very two different skills.
Same thing.
Alright.
Same style of skill.
Range is range!
Right, I've seen the way you hit things from way over there.
That's what you do.
You should be able to throw this just fine.
Intrusive
Alex.
thoughts almost came out.
What?
Intrusive thoughts almost came out.
Let them.
No,
Release them into the world.
no, Cliff does not need to know these intrusive thoughts.
Release them into the world.
Nope.
Fine. Well, then message me them because I want to know.
Pussy. I didn't mean to do that.
Oh no!
Fuck you.
Okay. I think that should work. No, it did not.
Boo. Yeah, I'm just gonna be working on bullets.
There you go. 2 more, right? 2 more days.
Yes.
Alright, I gotta roll for my stuff too, huh?
Advantage. Yes.
Cool.
Yo, we're good at this.
We are.
Fuck the eclipsing order. We open up the blacksmithing business.
All right. I guess now give me 2 rolls of searching and then 2 rolls of All right, so you can do 1 crafting component search or 1 crafting component roll.
I think you need to help Nell look for stuff.
Holy shit.
30.
Wow.
All right.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I agree now.
And then give me
Well, shit.
Give me 2 crafting rolls using your tool.
Which is the same thing I used to search for them.
Is it? I thought you were doing
Yeah.
medicine for that.
No?
Oh, okay. Yeah, and then you just got to make sure that for these it's going to be a 12 or a higher is what you need to roll if you're doing commons, or if you're doing uncommons, it'll be a 15 or higher.
We'll do commons.
Sure. No. Hey. So you can either do you could bump it up to a higher potion, or you can get 2 smaller ones.
Higher potion.
All right. So then I will add a potion of greater healing for you.
And so that brings it down to it being only 10 that I'm adding. So that means 33. Yeah. Now how many crafting components I have. Nice.
All right. And Desmond, you can just power off 4 Tinkerer tools if all you're doing is, studying your audiobooks.
So you meant Roderick.
Yes, that name. Who did I say?
According to Chris, everyone is Desmond.
Everyone's Desmond.
Except for Desmond. Desmond is Thrain.
Desmond is Sin.
Right.
Roderick, 4 rolls of your Tinkerer's
1,
tools.
2, 3, 4.
Oh.
This motherfucker.
Add 3 tick marks.
All right.
Chapter 2. So, now that you got the hang of the basics, let's try something a little more advanced.
Let's get risky.
Hey, baby.
He's going off.
Like,
No,
what
just,
is...
so you want to go someplace quiet? And by someplace quiet, I mean away from that thing. Why do you have that thing anyways? He didn't have a book?
What?
The Stone of Many Recordings.
Mm-hmm.
Did he not have a book or something?
I mean, yeah, but books have words, and words I don't word.
What?
Don't, read.
Oh.
It's a useless skill.
It's a fairly useful skill, actually. And if you'd like,
Fireball.
I can show you.
Nah, not really. I mean, being able to fish and hunt does not require reading, so thanks, but
All right, you got it, Macho Man.
what?
Don't worry about it, Randy Savage.
Very confusing elf.
Every time the echo spawns, oh yeah.
The cream of the crop.
Look you in your eyes and then snap you like a Slim Jim. Roderick, your echo is really aggressive. What?
I'm sorry. It was more to be like, okay, all I need is hunting and fishing. You got it, Mr. Man. And then I said Macho Man, and then I just kind of broke.
Don't worry, now I'm gonna have to create a Randy Savage NPC so it's canonical with the world. It's an all man's man.
Obviously got to be in with a Fighters Guild faction.
He's on no one side, he just shows up, smashes somebody, and then walks off. Like,
Right?
the fuck was that?
That's one of our best members.
Yeah.
He's not even a member.
God damn it.
He's the closest to becoming king.
Best there is, past, present, and future. Oh yeah.
Somehow
How
his
did we
attacks
end
just
up
always
here?
come from the sky from somehow. Like, where is he jumping from? I can't figure this out.
He was just
Some
throwing
say it's called the top ropes.
Too hot to handle, too cold to hold. He just walks away.
Like, what? Words of wisdom. Like,
Desmond's like, Dad, we can't do this.
call off the invasion.
Yeah, they have a defender.
Fuck. I'm
to
glad
be
that my
done.
fucking word flub led to this derailment of just cackling like morons. Oh, this is great.
Don't worry, I have now devised your guys' Deus Ex Machina whenever you guys are in dire straits.
Oh yeah.
The Macho Man.
The Macho Man giveth, and the Macho Man taketh away.
So you guys arrive at Durien. I will call it midday on the 5th day, which so happens to be the 14th day since you guys were here last time.
All right.
Glorious.
I figure you got to do your thing, Desmond.
Are we gonna?
Let the gods.
Yeah. Desmond will go tell the guards that he has arrived. I am here.
I was just about to say it.
This guy.
We We already said symbol of hope inside of this fucking episode. May as well.
Oh no.
We are all night.
So you announce yourself as being there, and then what? Is everybody headed right to like the artisan area?
And say, we got to pick up our clothes, don't we?
Yeah, but we don't have to do that right now.
Desmond will go to the clothes place to pick that up while everyone
Okay,
goes to the
we're gonna
artisan
go do
guilds.
that.
Sure.
I want to make sure we get those before they send them off.
Yeah.
Oh, also, Desmond, you said there was 14 platinum inside of the Eclipsean Order pot. Does that mean that you, again, decided not to take funds for yourself from our adventure?
You said 13?
13.
Didn't we get 65 each? Am I
Each?
bad at
No.
math?
Total 65, yes.
65 split 5 ways.
Okay. Don't mind me. My brain just apparently went on vacation again.
Oh yeah, y'all ain't like that. That you're getting 65 each. That's life changing money right there. That's y'all hit the lotto.
Mhm.
It's like, hey, Dad, why don't we just go buy a continent?
325 platinum.
Why are we wasting our time trying to invade when we could just buy it?
Right. That butcher's doing it real good. He just toss out that kind of money.
It would not let me force you all to see the map.
But I had it open. It forced you.
I opened it myself and now it's gone.
Oh yeah, I unshared it and tried sharing it again so I could do like I did last time. And it was
When you
like,
accidentally forced us to see it all?
yeah, it was just like, nah, bruh, we ain't doing that today.
You
Okay.
cheated last time.
Mhm.
All right, Desmond, so you're going to pick that up.
Yep.
The rest of the party is headed to the Artisan Guild.
Nell's just gonna follow Desmond.
Okay.
I was like, I'm gonna go do this first. Y'all can go there. Then he just turns around and everyone's following him still. Like, okay.
Like, or that.
I'd like to get to the Artisans Guild quicker. So, Roger, you want to come with me?
Yep, that's fine.
All right. Desmond, Nell, is there anything that you two want to do along the way?
No, not in particular.
Okay. All right, so you two head off. Roderick Thrain, you head to the guild. And as you guys get close to it, you start hearing like much louder of a commotion in this area than there was previously, and you see that there's a lot of traffic. They actually have the door just propped wide open with someone standing outside of it, and more people are coming in and out of it. And you can hear them like saying like, "Today's the day. Anyone interested in the Artisans Guild? We have our open assembly. You're free to walk inside and see the amenities that we offer. Ask your questions, and if you have the coin, now is your day to join."
How much was it again to join?
10
It was 100 gold a
platypi.
month. I think it was 100 gold a month. So yeah, 10 a month.
Yeah. Hmm.
It ain't worth it, Chief.
No. Not yet.
All right, so as you two walk in, you just see like this huge like 20-foot ceiling building, and it's in this large open rectangle. And you could see like these large floor-to-ceiling windows, and there's a courtyard in the middle, and the middle has a bunch of like artisan tools set up in there, and you could see like there's a giant forge, and along the walls on the inside there are like giant tabards hanging. There's like suits of coats of armor, sorry, suits of armor, and you can see like paintings, and everything has little placards attached to it that shows you like which member of the guild had created this. And basically anything that you can think of, there's like different wings inside of this building that are dedicated to it.
Okay. Leatherworking. I'd go wherever leatherwork would be.
Sure. So you go over there, and they have like this whole section carved out where there's like this large tannery, and you see like different like non-traditional pieces of art that are created out of leather. So more than just like what you would think of like bookbinding, handles, clothing. They have like furniture. They have some sculptures that are like coated in like the tannery and the hides. So tons of things going on there. And every 2 steps you all take inside there, there's people that are trying to like pull your attention to the side and look at what they're showing off and getting you to buy things. So how are you choosing to like focus your attention while in here?
Mainly trying to see if anyone has any just standard weapon sheaths just displayed.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you could find a ton of those.
And I'd go to the ones that look the nicest and walk up and pull out the claw of the order and see if you'd make me a few sheaths for them.
Okay. So you're trying to like commission them to make sheets for these?
Yeah.
Sure. So does Thrain have any proclivities towards like, would he gravitate more towards like dwarves, or would it be like agnostic, whoever has the best work?
I mean, I'm biased.
Okay.
I see a dwarf, I like a dwarf.
Yeah, understood. Fucking racist.
Dwarf might appreciate the work more than others.
No, I get it. Yeah, so you find one of the members, and it's this dwarven woman, and she has her hair back in like these large chunky braids, and she has this fine like tunic, and she has a very like regal appearance to her. Like the colors that she has are like deep reds and browns. And she sees you sort of looking at her work, and she's like, I see you have good taste.
Try to keep it in the gene pool, of course. Dwarves, genes.
Weird way to put that.
I think that was not a good word choice there.
I know. I
Just
couldn't
sounded
think
like
of
want to inbreed.
She's like, cousin!
Oh no!
I couldn't think of a word.
Roderick walks out.
Works.
Fucking dwarfs.
It's Cannon Numpton is Alabama.
What would be a better word for that then? Just
well, I get your gist.
Dwarves helping dwarves.
She's like, yeah, anyone who has a good head on their shoulders knows you can't beat dwarven craftsmanship.
Dwarven craft. I'm so sorry. I'm just the worst tonight.
She's like, so are you looking to purchase one of these, or do you have something custom in mind?
I don't think that'll fit. Any of these will fit what I have, and I'll pull out a dagger and hold it out to her. Looking to get something for a few of these.
Like, that's quite a dagger. Did you make this?
I did.
Very nice work.
Thank you.
I don't recognize your face. How long have you been a member?
Not a member here. This is part of the Eclipsing Order. Travel a lot.
I haven't heard of anyone in the Eclipsian Order with a taste in goods like this, but it's nice to see that they are there. Unfortunately, and she hands it back, she's like, I only offer my service to members.
Sure.
But we are doing open enrollment, so if you do want to become a member, then we could solve that problem real easy. But the guild does a lot to keep us supported. So even during times like this, I choose to make sure that I only work with members of the guild. They help me, I help them.
I understand. Just so I can get a price point, make sure I can afford everything. How much would we be talking if, say, I did join the guild today?
Well,
I'd need 3 of them total.
for a fellow dwarf, let's call it 3 plat.
Okay. Give me a little bit. Do some thinking. I might be back.
Very well, you know where I'm at. And I encourage you, look around at some of the other artists' work, and I know you'll be back.
Nod and walk away. Just walk and peruse for a little bit. Wait for the others to get there.
Sure. I'm sure after, 45 minutes or so, Desmond and Nell would show up.
Mm-hmm. So I got a question for you guys.
Yes.
Cool, I was saying something about Guildmaster Wilfrey helping us out. I was wondering. I know some of us here are like to make stuff. We want to possibly use that leverage or favor, try to become members here.
Nell just kind of shrugs and goes, what I make's not really Artisan Guild stuff. But you boys are welcome to see if that's an option, if that's what you'd like. What's got this in your mind?
A lot of stuff we could use from here from time to time. Some additional training would be nice. I know Roderick's trying to hone his craft. He could benefit from this a lot. Some great people here who'd be willing to show him more. I'd love to learn more smithing. Hopefully one day make some better stuff. Maybe sell some. Desmond is just all around crafting. That's kind of what this place is about.
I tend to only use items that I create, and I'm not really fond of selling my people's crafted wares to the open public.
I'm not saying you have to sell. I'm just saying definitely you don't need the knowledge as much, but I feel like the supplies we could get would increase likelihood of being able to get them. We have more people and
Well, if it's just, we technically then would only need those who want to be trained to be in, because we could just say, hey, go buy this.
Yes.
Additionally, less people going, hey, Guildmaster, why don't you do Cool Wise a favor and let us be members for free
Not necessarily saying for free, but
at a discounted rate, perhaps.
yes. I didn't want to overstep by just doing it because it's something for all of us here.
Well, I
Makes
suppose
sense
it's
to me.
something to keep in mind, but I'm sure there's more to do here than just that. So let's look around before we lock in that answer.
Of course.
Yeah. Depending on what being a member all entails, um, I personally may not get any use out of this.
Fair.
I already have every tool and all the knowledge I need and don't really need training in anything.
Meanwhile, I just want knickknacks.
Mm-hmm. It's just a thought. I guess we look around, see if anything catches our eye. I don't know what anyone else is looking for, but
I do personally want to see if the people here, I want to see their level of craft. I want to see if anyone is tampering in the same means of craft as I am.
Nell is here for art and wants to buy a gift for mom. Looking at all the pretty sparkly doodads, will probably end up getting her mother either a piece of jewelry or something to hang up in their new place intruded.
I like guns.
All right. So, I
Hell,
mean,
Nell could get better armor here, probably.
yeah, really anything that's like, anything that can be made by hand is on display here at some way or another.
Awesome. What sort of armor can I find?
I mean, really anything that you're looking for. They have, uh, like your basic plate armor, leather armor if you wanted, but I don't think that you're looking for that. But like your basic plate armor, all the way up to magical armor for sale here. Um, Most of it would, you know, looks to be out of your means, but yeah.
So I'm assuming pretty much all of it is not gonna be just something that would be like, oh yes, normally Nell just wears chainmail, and now it is chainmail +1 or something like that.
I mean, it could be that, like, depending on what you're looking at. I mean, some of the armor may have magical effects to it, like not just a +1, but could actually have, like, spells imbued within.
Different
Um,
idea. Cloak of Elven Kind. Get rid of that stupid disadvantage I have for the armor by having an item that gives me advantage on the stealths.
Oh, you're looking for elven shit. You want the good shit.
Or even if it's not actually just the cloak, if it's something else that would have to that would get rid of the disadvantage on stealth, because it's a pain in the booty.
Okay. And are you like going up to people and asking for things like this, or are you more just like looking to see if you find anything that kind of jumps out at you?
Looking for things that just kind of jump out, because like it's not like they aren't also browsing and shopping for mom, but
Um, so
if it comes down to it, they'll probably be like, "Is there anything that would assist me in stealth?"
yeah, so you come across a booth that has um just a very few amount of items that are placed on the table. There's only like 4 or 5 of them. Um, and it's kind of low key compared to how everybody else is. And you see a person behind the counter who has sort of an elven look to their eyes, but they are wearing a veil over their face. They have a golden braided like tiara, and they are wearing like a pale blue veil, and they have like a pale blue robe that they're wearing. And as you like walk by and start looking at it, um, they look at you, and you see their eyes glow like this aqua blue, and they kind of put their hand out, and they go, "These are what you seek." And they sort of gesture their hands towards these boots that they have on the table.
And how do you know what I see?
I can tell by looking through your aura.
All right, I'll bite. What do the boots do?
The boots will allow you to move silently in any situation, even while wearing bulky armor such as what you have on.
Well, I suppose this was what I was looking for then. And what is the cost for an item like this?
Are you a member of the guild?
No.
600 gold.
Yep, that is not in my price range, unfortunately.
Members of the guild, it would cost half that.
Yet that's still not in my price range, unfortunately.
I do not build for price, I build for effect. And this is the items of which you search.
Well, from the prices I've been told around this place, I have a feeling I'll just be looking around.
I do not hold reserves, so if they are not here when you return, just know that they have been bought.
All right. I wouldn't have the money regardless, anyways. Nell continues on, like, you're being weirdly insistent. I already told you my purse ain't that fat, but okay.
You look over your shoulder. She's still just staring at you as you walk away.
She's just like this at the boots. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I don't know what you want. I don't even have 300 gold if I were a member.
So
Podrick, you still looking for guns?
Yup.
Surprising, not surprising, would be that there's not really a lot of people that are making firearms in the guild. But you do come across one, and it's an old, kind of gruffled-looking human, and he sees you looking around at it, and he's like, I see you got a good eye for what's needed out there.
Oops. Eyes perk up. Indeed. Got something for me?
Well, if you're looking for firearms, I'm one of the few people here that have a good understanding on what makes them tick and how you can make them better.
Make them better, you say?
Now, you gotta figure,
Yeah.
it's all science. You put things in that explode, it pushes things out real fast. You just gotta ask yourself, are you looking to push things out faster, hit things further away, push things out with a bigger spread to hit more things? Or do you just need a bigger hole to shoot bigger things out of to hit things even harder?
All of the above.
Well, all of the above typically isn't something you carry around on yourself. Now you're talking artillery, and I know a thing or two about it, but between me and you, they don't let me sell that here.
Ah. So it's like in the back.
It's in the way back. Not even in Durien.
Ah. So you have like a carriage parked around outside the walls.
Even further back. I have it, but it's not here. But if it's
Okay.
something you want, I mean, if you got a nice, strong war horse that can tow a cannon, and you got enough gold, we could do it.
Whoa, cannon. Oh, not yet. But keep me in mind. So he opens up his coat, says, points to his gun on his hip. May I show you what I have?
Of course.
He pulls it out and he like twirls it around, does this like fancy trick, and then like pops the chamber open, empties the shells, and then snaps it shut, flips it around, and like hands it to him like handle first.
It's a nice piece you got here. This custom?
Absolutely.
Well, whoever did this, they put some nice work into it. But I can see why you wanted another one, though. This one has its limits. Sure, one-on-one, it probably does you really well.
Hasn't failed me yet.
He's like looking, he's like, well, if you want something that's gonna pack a little more punch, we have one of these. And he picks up this large firearm with these 2 solid barrels that are about 2 feet long or so. Nice wooden grip on it. He's like, if you look right here, there's some padding on it. You can butt it up against your shoulders. That way you can reduce the kick. If you got someone in your face, this will take care of them real fast. Doesn't have much range to it, but if you're about 5 feet away, you can shoot whoever's bothering you and 2 of his closest friends.
That does sound helpful.
And he like takes it and he sets it down. He's like, or pulls out a different one, got an even longer barrel on the front of it. Like something like this, you'd be able to reach out and touch someone clear across the courtyard.
Now that might be helpful. Just like examining this long gun. What do you call this?
Well, they've kind of got a 11 term of a riffle around here.
Can this shoot further than any other gun you have?
You're not going to find much further than this one here, not without some expensive customization to it, but your gun gets what? Maybe like 40 meters?
Somewhere in there, yeah.
This guy, easily double it.
Ooh.
And to make the ammo sail a little bit further, uses slightly larger ammo, so it's going to hit a little bit harder.
And is it customizable?
Everything's customizable if you know what you're doing.
That's fair. Okay, how much for the big riffle?
Depends. Are you a member of the guild?
Looks around. I mean, kinda. Winking.
Give me deception or persuasion, whichever one you think would work with that.
Look, I feel my smoothness, Cliff, is...
Not perception.
Oh,
What you looking at?
you're right. Looking real hard. Persuasion. Oh, really?
It's skidded on that 19.
Right. What kind of shit is that?
There's your 19.
There's your 19. He's like, well, for kind of guild members, 500.
500?
For actual guild members, 250.
250, you say? All right, so out of game, how much gold is a plat?
10.
Oh. He's like, all right, I'll be back later when I have a membership and some more gold than what I currently have.
All right. Well, you know where to find me. And once you get your pockets filled a little more, if you want to talk about that cannon, we can talk about that cannon. If you think this is impressive, Wait till you can shoot a hole in someone this big.
Ooh. That cut someone right in half, huh?
Usually it just turns them into mist.
Even better.
Not lethally.
That'd be-
Just right in there.
No.
He just
No.
peeks up for a second.
Hmm.
I mean, why not? I'll be there. Walk around as a group together.
That's the first thing he says when he walks up.
Non-lethally.
I guess my last question is, where does one find information about upgrading guns like the ones I carry?
Well, if you're looking for tutelage, I can provide that service too, but that's something that's strictly for members.
Ah, all right.
We're willing to sell to non-members and spread the word, but all of this is really just advertising. The more people see our products in houses and get the itch to want to make it themselves, then they come here and they join the guild. It's a nice little ecosystem we have.
I see. It is working. All right. I shall return. He takes his gun back and refills it, holsters it, tips his hat, walks out.
All right. Anyone else looking for anything in particular?
I feel like it doesn't matter because damn those prices.
Yeah.
I'm sure Nell can find someone selling pretty little knickknacks that aren't actually anything other than pretty.
Yeah.
Buy a little trinket for mom.
Are you looking for anything in particular, or do you want me to throw a few things at you here?
Not looking for anything in particular, so you can just fire away.
Okay. So, some of the things that have caught your eye. And for sake of brevity, we'll assume that all four of you have seen these things. So if anything speaks to anybody, let me know. One of them that you see is this axe. And you notice that the metal that it's created with is a almost like a deep blue, like blue-gray metal. And it's a bearded axe, and it has like a really nice inscribing on the handle. Another thing that you see is this sphere that's about the size of like a grapefruit, maybe like a large orange, and it has like this silvery smoke wisping about in it. It's very eye-catching, and the neat thing about it is it has like this this four-pronged like holster that it's on, and you notice that it's like hovering just ever so slightly above it. Another thing that you see is this cloak, and it's a dark red cloak, and it has like these nice nice embroidery down one side of it. And then a nice circlet. So just a simple circlet It's like a copper, and it has like some studded gems in the front of it. And the last thing you notice is a cravat, like a necktie, and the necktie, like as you get close to it, you can hear almost like a humming, like a song being hummed coming out of it.
How much for that circlet, though?
The circlet would be 25 gold.
Would you be willing to take 22?
Give me a persuasion roll. The artisan's sort of looking at you, and they're like, well, unfortunately, these smaller items are being overshadowed by some of the more grandiose offerings, so I haven't really sold much, so I'd be willing to do 22 for it, yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right, and the when you get the circlet, they wrap it up in like a tissue paper, and they ask you, do you want it like boxed or bagged?
Boxed would be wonderful.
Okay. So they take it and put it inside of this small little wooden box, and they hand it to you. And she said, I put a lot of love into this, so I hope that you enjoy wearing it as much as I enjoyed making it.
It'll be a gift from my mother. I'm sure she'll love it.
Does your mother happen to suffer from headaches?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because the thing that actually inspired me to make this was the headaches that I often get. And I do find that wearing that helps soothe the headache.
Wonderful.
All right. Did any of these items speak to anybody else?
Not really. No.
I think so.
Okay.
So, have we thought about joining, or are we? Or the
I'm all for
couple of-
joining.
Everything here is far too expensive for me to even want to buy anything anyways.
I'm gonna be honest. This was kind of disappointing. Everything that I've seen, I can just craft myself.
Would you guys be okay with Roderick and I joining?
I don't care.
With whatever this favor the guildmaster has.
Do as you wish. I have no use for said favor.
Would Guildmaster Wilfrey be easy to find?
Yeah. Yeah, so you just ask around a few people and they point you into the direction of it. And as you all approach where he's at, he's out in the center courtyard and he has like this group gathered around him. And he's like, All right, now's the moment you've all been waiting for. I know every time we have one of these, I try to outdo myself and do something bigger and better, and I think this time I may have nailed that. All right, everybody stand back. Make sure we have plenty of room here. Things are gonna get interesting. Are we ready? And he pulls out this vial, and you see this vial has like this sort of shimmering green liquid inside of it. And he's like, now, if you have children, avert their eyes. I have not tested this yet. It could have strange side effects. He pops the cork out and he swigs it, and you see him like kind of like pucker his face up, and he doubles over for a second, and he like lunges up, and as he does, you see him turn into a giant Tyrannosaurus. And that's where we're ending for the night.
This man just is like, well, I made a casual potion of polymorph. It's fine.
I want to ride it.
Need you to roll
Roll
animal
skills.
handling and athletics and a persuasion, and you need to succeed all of them at least a DC 18.
No problem.
Yeah, okay. So that's where we'll end it at. Yeah. So,
We won't be playing next week. We'll be here the week after.
Yep. I was just gonna get to that. So next week we're gonna be off again because Megan is abandoning us.
Sorry.
Mhm.
So we'll be back 2 weeks. Next week we'll probably do something. Maybe we'll do some game night. Do something. I don't know. We'll figure something out. But yeah, on that note, I'm gonna end it. I don't think I'm gonna raid out tonight. I'm a little bit turned off from that right now. So yeah. So
Yeah.
on that, thanks for hanging out. Have a great night. And bye. I need a button that just does everything all at once. Make my life easier.
So
Like cheating.